6:30, the regular Board of Education meeting for the Clintondale Community Schools. It's called to order. All rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you to all of you who stood for the Pledge of Allegiance, and welcome to the Board of Education meeting. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Beverly Lewis-Moss. Present. Felicia Kaminsky. Here. Jared Maynard.
Present.
Diane Santini.
Present.
Barry Powers.
Present.
Michael Manning.
He's running a few minutes late.
Lisa Valerio now present.
That's 6 people present, 1 on the way. We have a quorum, we can proceed. Also in attendance, I believe I see Ms. Cargill out there. I seen Laura, our Buildings and Ground Director. I see Mr. Woods. Am I missing anybody from the Teachers Administration? And I have Dr. Hicks up front here, and I've got Dr. Janerzak. Mr. Janerzak, I'm sorry, I'm like all over the place today. Ready to go. Am I missing anybody else? My apologies.
Oh, Ed.
Ed, our CFO, is here as well. Okay, there we go. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, there are a few changes proposed to the agenda. I'm going to go through and do one. The first is under the correspondence section to add a resignation from Sarah Mattarella, who is a special education teacher. Number 2, that'll also be moved down. I'm looking on agenda, page 3, so we'll add her reading of the correspondence. And then at agenda, page 3, it will become 6 will be the Mattarella resignation. And 7 then would be the ECSE teacher recommendation. 8 would then be the resolution of board policies. And 9 would be the last closed session. In addition, there was one error on the agenda on number 7, page 3, which is the ECSE teacher. It was left off that this is MA step 15 and the salary is $88,726. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
I move that we approve the agenda as amended.
Is there support?
Support.
Any discussion? Call the roll.
Mr. Powers.
Yes.
Ms. Kaminsky.
Yes.
Ms. Beverly Lewis-Moss.
Yes, the 1AD.
She puts it as 1AD, and that's going to be number 6 on the agenda on page 3.
If it's 1AD, that's what it has to be.
Okay.
You can't change the numbers of the agenda.
So you would like this to be 1AD.
That's
Okay.
what it would have to appear.
All right, we'll make it appear 1AD.
So you
Mr.
don't have
Chairman,
to
I have a
change
point of
all
order,
those
if I may.
numbers, because
Go ahead.
get mixed up.
Thank you.
If there's a
Diane
motion,
Santini.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
this is a matter of
Yeah,
procedure. If there's a motion and then there's a period for discussion, then we vote. So we shouldn't mingle the discussion with the vote. Make
Correct.
sure everybody's gotten everything off their chest before we vote is what I would recommend.
I concur with you.
If-
Okay.
Sorry.
The point is, if you're adding this to the agenda, it has to stand as an addition. You can't move those numbers around.
Okay, well, I have a motion on the floor. So
It has
are we
to be
going to vote on
Okay,
the
guys.
motion, or are we going to revert
No.
and ignore the votes and go back to the discussion period?
No, we're going to vote on the motion, and if we need to,
I'd like to have a vote on my motion, Mr. Chairman.
forgetting your vote on your motion, we're in the middle of the roll call. Finish, please.
Okay. I'll give Mr. Manning a chance to sit down. Ms. Santini.
Yes.
Mr. Maynard.
Yes.
Ms. Lisa Valerio now, yes. And Mr. Michael Manning, we're voting on the
Can I hear the
approval of
motion,
agenda.
please?
Motion to approve the agenda as amended. We have to add a correspondence for a resignation, and then add some wording onto number 7. And the wording is MA step 15 $88,726 salary.
Vote yes.
Okay.
Motion carries 7-0. Next
I
item.
didn't vote.
Okay, I apologize. I thought you said yes. and then
No,
you
I did
interjected.
not
She
say
said
yes.
yes, and then she
Okay.
talked.
That is my fault. Go ahead. Is it a yes or a no?
No.
Thank you. 6-1, the motion carries. Approval of the minutes. Does anybody have any questions on the minutes? Motion to approve the minutes is in order.
I move that we approve the minutes of October 9th, 2023.
Is there support for Mr. Powers' motion?
Support.
Support by Ms. Zontini. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, call the roll.
Mr. Bailey Powers.
Yes.
Ms. Zontini.
Yes.
Mr. Manning.
Yes.
Ms. Beverly Lewis Moss.
Yes.
Ms. Felicia Kaminsky.
Yes.
Mr. Maynard.
Yes.
Ms. Lisa Valerio, no. Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. The minutes from last meeting are adopted. We are now in the correspondence section.
Okay.
Our first correspondence is from Robert Townsend. I am writing to inform you of my resignation as a secondary teacher effective October 31st. I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to Clintondale Community Schools for employing me for the past 24 years. I would also like to thank the outstanding teachers and staff I have worked with, and finally thank the young men and women I have had the pleasure to teach. There are so many outstanding people associated with Clintondale District. I will be rooting for the success of the district and their students. Second item. After talking with Mr. Walmsley, I will be resigning as basketball coach effective immediately. Mr. Robert Townsend. Third, I was recently offered the communications coordinator position with Grosse Pointe Public Schools. After careful consideration, I have decided to accept the position since it better aligns with my degree. Please accept this letter as my formal notification of my intention to resign my position as the communications teacher with Clintondale High School. In accordance with my notice period, my final day will be October 30th, 2023. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to have worked with Clintondale Community Schools. I greatly appreciate the knowledge and experience I have gained from the Clintondale High School team. Sincerely, Alexa Tedeschi.
Mr. Chairman, may I be recognized for a moment?
Sure.
There's been some discussion about waiving the reading of correspondence or publishing correspondence. And if we publish correspondence, then there has to be a redaction review. And I think that if people are going to send a letter in to the district, it's one thing to know that your letter might be FOIA'd, but it's another to know that it's automatically going up there. So if we're gonna do that, could we have a period of announcements or notification to the public so that they know when they submit a letter, it will automatically go on? And then with that, can we dispense with the reading of the correspondence for the rest of this evening?
So I will address your concern one and then two. The first concern is, yes, we had set a goal to get this online so everybody can see it. However, it being online requires redacting, and it's sitting with the attorney to make sure the first time we do it, we actually do it right. So once we get it done and we get it right and we redact the things that we legally have to redact, phone numbers, addresses, those types of things, social security numbers, all that type of information, it will go public. And then this leads into your second part. Once the correspondences are public, I'll be happy to support not reading them because the public will have access to them. But until then, I would like to continue reading them. Three.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry, Mr. Manning.
Shouldn't that,
Talking to your mic, please.
oh, I'm sorry. Shouldn't that also be discussed in policy and start there? And then,
If you would like to have that matter referred to the policy committee, I certainly will be more than happy to do that.
because
Okay.
in the brief time I was in policy, this was discussion that came up. I don't know where it landed, but since you explained, it's now with the attorneys.
Okay.
But Yeah, that is policy. First
We'll have a
idea,
policy committee meeting
adapted
before the
in
November
policy.
meeting.
Yes.
Let you guys know what the result is.
Okay. I just don't want you to jump ahead of yourself.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
As of 10/16/23, I would like to resign my position as accountant in the business office. Thank you, Eugene Williams. To whom it may concern, I hope this email finds you well. I am writing to formally submit my resignation from my position as a teacher consultant at Clintondale Public Schools. Please accept this letter as my official notice effective today. I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude for the opportunities and experiences I have had during my time with the district. The support and guidance provided by the Special Education Director, Dr. Hicks, have been invaluable to me both professionally and personally. I am grateful for the chance to work with such a dedicated and knowledgeable individual. Additionally, I would like to extend my appreciation to the entire iCampus team. Over the years, they have not only been colleagues, but have also been like family to me. The collaborative environment and camaraderie we share made every workday enjoyable and fulfilling. However, it is with heavy heart that I have come to the decision to resign from my current position. Recent changes in the climate of the board and the administration level have made it clear that this is in the best interest of both my family and myself to pursue other opportunities. While it saddens me to leave behind the wonderful team and students I have had the privilege of working with, I believe this decision is necessary for my personal and professional growth. So, educationally yours, Jessica Upshaw. Final, second to last correspondence. Dear Clintondale Board of Education, this letter is to inform you that I am requesting my superintendent evaluation be conducted in a closed session on Monday, October 23rd, 2023. Please let me know if you have any questions regarding this request. Thank you for all you do to supporting Clintondale Community Schools. Ken Jansrick, Superintendent. Final, it is recommended by the superintendent, excuse me, wrong one. Front page. Letter of resignation. Please accept this letter as my formal notice of resignation from my position as a resource room teacher at Parker Elementary. My last day of employment will be November 3rd, 2023. This was a hard decision to make, but as time goes on, it is clear that the special education department is going in a direction that doesn't align with my professional values. I have been a dedicated teacher in the district for 9 years and pride myself on the relationships I've built with staff, students, and most importantly, the families at Parker Elementary. It has come to the point where I need to feel valued and supported as an educator, and I'm not getting that here at Clintondale. With all the state complaints coming down on the special education department, communication should be our #1 priority. There are no protocols in place for the special education department. Our roles and responsibilities are constantly changing, and we hear from other people instead of following the chain of command, meaning from the director to the individual teacher. This was a hard decision to make because I know when I leave, the students will be the ones who are impacted the most, and the more time goes on, it is clear that the special education students are the last on the priority list. I have accepted the position with another school district. Please let me know how I can help to make this transition as seamless as possible. Sarah Mattarella. Is there a motion to accept all the correspondences as read?
I move to accept the correspondence.
Is there support for that motion?
I'll support Mr. Powers.
Any discussion on any of them? Hearing none, call the roll. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you, I apologize.
Normally, they don't have a motion to accept the correspondence.
Normally they don't, and Clintondale did some things a different way. This is the way I'm doing it, and I checked with the attorney to make sure I'm doing it okay, and it's fine the
they
way I'm
vote on
doing
it?
it. Yes.
Did the board vote on it?
This is the way the attorney said I can do it, Beverly. This is the way we're
Did the
doing it.
board, you have to, that's part of the agenda, and the board has to approve it.
And the agenda is right here. It says it. I didn't read anything. If you see your agenda, it
Any
says
change?
it is recommended by the superintendent. Call the roll, please.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Ms. Alicia Kaminsky,
Yes.
Mr. Manning,
Vote yes.
Ms. Beverly Lewis Moss,
No?
Ms. Santini,
Yes.
Ms. Lisa Valerio now, yes, and Mr. Maynard.
Yes. Motion carries 6-1. Superintendent's report. Chris, these TVs are not up here.
While Chris works to get the TVs going for us up here, I'll add that building and department presentation for last. I'll start off with a quick little update that there's a friendly reminder that on Tuesday, October 24th, there's a great opportunity at Richmond School District for the Association for Early Childhood in the county and to hear some new related updates from Lansing. There's an opportunity for those involved to RSVP to see fields at richmond.k12.mi.us. So good opportunity to hear about some of the upcoming things in terms of early childhood up at Richmond Community Schools. Also wanted to take a moment in terms of an update would be the update from the Clintondale Dragon Dads. Had a great opportunity before the meeting tonight to have representatives from every school in the district having a group of dads interested in being part of the Clintondale Dragon Dads. This opportunity started off with some conversations I had with a gentleman in the front row here, Darren Brown, in terms of some talk about what we could do to increase our opportunity to have kids involved with positive male role models in the school buildings. So very happy tonight to have representatives here from every building, and we're really looking forward to taking that next step, to really bridging that gap of getting more volunteers involved, getting more opportunities for people to see that opportunity to volunteer in the schools, whether it's 10 minutes before the school day starts, whether it's a field trip, a trunk or treat, anything and everything from athletic events to school days. We're really looking forward to that relationship that we're going to build with the Clintondale Dragon Dads. I'm extremely excited at the next meeting to share with you what the students were able to create for our new little logo. So when you're around town, you can see the Clintondale Dragon, but you'll also see that Clintondale Dragon Dad representative, meaning something special for members of our community. October is also a pretty special month for administrators from around the country as it's National School Administrator Month. I want to take an opportunity to recognize our school administrators. Take an opportunity to recognize the hard work and the dedication they put every single day. I've got the great honor and privilege to walk around this school district, to go from Rainbow to Parker to McGlennon, to interact with Kara Cottrell, Rashida Schack, and Shannon King, to see the relationships that they build with students every single day, to see the kids run up to them in the beginning of the day or at a school event and give them a hug and excited to see them. I get the great opportunity in the middle school to talk with Maria Romaine and Melanie Cargill at the secondary, as well as Maurice Woods going between the two buildings. 3 administrators at the secondary level with the true heart and passion to want to help kids. This opportunity shouldn't just be the October month, as October, I think, is the longest stretch without any breakup. So I think maybe June should be the month, but we're going to celebrate it in October. I just want everyone here to know how much I truly care and truly realize the great effort and what they do every single day. And if we could acknowledge them while you're seeing them next time, just to thank them, a little round of applause tonight, I would be wonderful. Your impact of what you do every day, from those small handshakes to the bonds that you build with kids, truly make a difference, and we really appreciate what you do. One final area I'd like to update everyone on is at the second meeting of every month, we're going to have a quick little update from our buildings as well as our departments. And this is an opportunity to show everyone involved in terms of some of the work going on. Some of the work going on with our business office this month and next month. An opportunity to showcase some, I know it's a business office, so you're going to see lots of things about reports up there. Super exciting if you're working within there, but in reality, these are the things day in and day out the business office is working on. In terms of buildings and grounds, really, I'm excited for that next month as we start to plan for that tree lighting, as we start to plan for that opportunity to bring more community members in, but also see the work that we're doing every single day within our maintenance, from our simple task of our boilers to our buildings and grounds crew, making sure everything's looking beautiful for us. Within our athletics department, talking to Bob Walmsley in terms of the successes that they're having, and their success both on and off the field, in the success of helping our students realize that bigger impact that they're making, as well as their commitment with some of our clubs that we have that we'll hear a little bit more about that shortly. Looking at human resources, never-ending task of continuing to hire, continuing to work to bring in qualified staff members. It never really ends. As soon as we're done hiring, we start reporting out with our rep and our TSDL. Things that you never really want to have to work with, but they're an important part of what we do within human resources. And I can't thank Leah enough for what she does. Looking at curriculum and instruction, that plan every single day to come up with that delivery and the fidelity of our new curriculum in the K-12 setting, to looking at the CKLA in the elementary, to looking at what we've adopted in the secondary to be consistent, to really to push our student learning forward, as well as the work in our crisis response plan, working with every building and every individual in the district to understand that we have that appropriate response. Community and relations, looking at that sharing from the Clintondale Dragon Dads. Really excited about tonight to be able to share that with a group of dads here. I'm really excited about going forward with it, but I'm also excited about inviting additional community members in next month to have a little conversation, to meet, to sit down, whether it's over a cup of coffee or whether it's just a conversation. I really want to invite that conversation in to have some of that dialogue. Looking at special services with Dr. Hicks, looking to make sure we're working with the MISD to resolve some issues, looking at recruiting efforts, looking at onboarding of new staff. Looking at technology, that 3 to 5 year plan that we've had conversations about, as well as looking at getting our microphones updated by, I believe, October 24th. They're coming in to put those new ones in. And then looking at building reports. Within the building reports, taking each elementary. Tomorrow night's going to be a fun night at McGlennon as the Dragon Dads will be hosting their trunk or treat. But we'll also have a trunk or treat over at Parker on that same evening. So I'll be going between both of them handing out candy. Earlier this week, last week, we also had some opportunities within the schools to celebrate some things. We have October 26th at McGlennon is our literacy night. So trunk or treat one night, eat a lot of candy, literacy night the next night. Looking forward to it. Book fairs, one of my more exciting things as an elementary is spending time in the book fair, helping kids pick out their favorite book. Looking at Shannon King within Parker, I got a chance last week to spend time with their evening reading night. Got a chance to see the Parker staff do their little skit reciting of a book. It was very entertaining. We've got some video of that. I hopefully be able to post it online. But also the trunk or treat, Halloween parade, and a math night. At the Rainbow Elementary, looking at trunk or treat coming up here soon, as well as some opportunities with Rainbow for a fun run in November, as well as our really exciting parent-teacher conferences where our opportunity to share the success of all the students that we see within the school day. Clintondale Middle School's been busy with their Spirit Week coming up here October 23rd in terms of Twin and Triplet Day. We've got Crazy Hair Day on Wednesday. I don't think I'll be participating, but I'm sure it'll be very entertaining walking around the middle school with that. And then the 27th, the Costume Day. We're also looking at the 27th for their High Five event, being a trunk or treat for them, as well as some upcoming things from Picture Day as Thanksgiving themed Spirit Week. At the high school, you'll notice the font's getting smaller and more activities going on. Obviously, I'm not going to read them all, but we'll have this available for you to view. Everything from that really exciting SAT test coming up, as well as some field trip to Suburban. I know everyone enjoyed that. Some field trips coming up in terms of Suburban Showcase. And finally, rounding things off with our iCampus with Dawn Sanchez and her work that she does, looking at Zello and looking at what she does, closing out that count period. In our virtual setting, it's extremely important, but also looking at what we're doing within our iCampus to support both the social, emotional, as well as the academic side of all of our students. So each month on the second meeting, you'll have an opportunity to review this. Board members, if you have questions about it, I'll make sure I get it out to you so I don't have to go through all of it like this. But with this being the first month, I wanted to showcase a little bit of the things. They're going to be putting things on here. Might be an event that I also add to the board calendar for you to check out, so maybe it's happening so you know in advance. You can look down the road, or just maybe to get a little updates of all the things that are happening. Our building administrators, like I said in the beginning, do a phenomenal job, and I really want to showcase all of their hard work with what they do every single day.
Does anybody have any questions for Ken in the superintendent report? Nope. Thank you very much for your superintendent report. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Our next presentation is from our athletic director, Mr. Bob Walmsley. Bob, can you step to the podium? While Bob is stepping to the podium to present this, it's a fantastic opportunity for Clintondale. They're doing a lot of refurbishing of our weight rooms so our athletes and our staff can prioritize more physical fitness and get a lot more great equipment, which you'll see. But this Saturday, we are playing Elmont at Richmond at 1 o'clock. First state playoff. I think we're going to win, and hopefully it'll be game 2 after that. So if you're not doing anything Saturday afternoon and want to drive to Richmond, you can certainly jump in my car and we'll drive to Richmond and then watch the game. It's a Ford Flex. The Corvette's put away for the winter, I'm sorry. I should have stated that.
All right, good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
This is an update of an exciting project that we are tackling. And I want to start off by saying with the contribution, the massive contribution from our C Club, who have committed $50,000 to get this project going. We are planning on moving our weight room inside the gym above the girls' locker room. We are going to end up with a 4,500 square foot weight room to help our student athletes become as good a competitors as we can on the field. You know, with our mission statement to compete in the game, in the class, with the class, we are looking to add to how we're going to do it in the game. These are some pictures of the project, and to add to the equipment that we've already purchased in our current weight room, we're going to double the size of our weight room rig, which will give us 8 total stations for squatting, bench press, and various exercises. That's what it's going to look like upstairs when it's all done. Chin-up bars, what do we call it, dip bars, landmine stations, cable pull downs, just some different things, different views here. And like I said, we are doing this with alumni support, alumni help. One of our alumni is going to do the painting for it, Joe Pretzer, P3 Painting. Another one is supplying or giving us the paint. We are purchasing the paint from him, but it's another alum, Matt Smith, from Sherwin-Williams Paint. The equipment should be in by mid-November, which the timing of this, we should have the project underway by the beginning of November. So this is all gonna come relatively quick. The plan is to have everything done by January 1st. I'm gonna be very optimistic about it. Gonna look for, you know, some of our football players to help us move the weights and things like that. But what our goal is that we want to have our students, when they come back from Christmas break, is that they have a brand new weight room to go lift. Okay, so once again, I want to thank the C Club for this contribution. I want to thank the administrators here at the school for helping get this going. You know, Mr. Janzarek, Ms. Lonizak, you know, to make this happen. This is only the beginning. What we want to do with this is, as we move forward here at Clintondale, is we want to show the public that we are making improvements at the school. Hopefully, this will parlay when we want to go for a bond, that they will see the efforts that we're making, and it will hopefully drum up some interest that they want to come and see it and they want to come and use it, okay? But also, most importantly, that they help us vote to pass a bond so that we can do the other improvements that we need. That is all I have. If anybody has any questions.
So, can you please have, actually, I'll just do it. Can the members of the C Club in the room please stand? Be recognized. Thank you.
Stand up, you guys. Stand up, you guys. Dr. Jay Blasius, President Rick Jaworski. His business card says et cetera, because Rick helps with everything around here at the games. Lee Walmsley up there, and you know, every little bit helps. It's our alumni group. If there's any other alumni in the room that want to get involved with the C Club, please see Jay or myself or any of the other members. We're glad to have other alumni involved.
Is there any questions from the board? Ms. Santini, Ms. Snow, Mr. Powers, Ms. Kaminsky? Mr. Manning?
I'd just like to make a comment. I congratulate the C Club and our AD for doing this. I thank the alumni for kicking it in. I know also, because we're going to move the location of this from a room that is separated a lot of times from a teacher. I don't want to have an accident. I mean, you know, when you're 17, 18-year-old kids are extremely enthusiastic about, oh yeah, I can bench 275 easy. You know, it's nice in case there would be an accident of some sort, so we can get people on it like right away. I like that the kids hopefully will get more enthusiastic with the new equipment. And I know you have other plans as well in the future, and I'll be quiet about those.
This is just phase one. There's
Well,
other
let's,
things in the works.
Let's see how this goes, but great job, everybody involved.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll finish real quickly. This is a lot of fundraising that goes into this. Dr. J, over the summer. How many foursomes you got, Jared? Jared, where's your foursomes? Did you get that ad yet, Jared? Just comes through half the time. But this is what that money raised goes for. And it would be remiss of me and Jay if I got the date wrong. It's the last Friday in February. It is the night at the races. This is an incredibly fun event where you come in and you sit at a table and you get a fantastic dinner. Is it at Century Club, Jay?
Yes.
Okay. And you bet on horse racing on 10 races that are pre-picked. You can buy a horse and name a horse. We won't say some of the names because they are not school board approved names, but it does get a lot of fun with a lot of people. So if you're interested in doing that fundraiser, please see Dr. Blasius or any member of the C Club, and we look forward to seeing you all there. So with that, Mr. Walmsley, thank you very much, and thank you to the C Club again.
All right.
Board members, just so you know, at our next meeting, there will be a motion to accept the donation from the C Club. We do now have to do that, so at the next meeting, it'll be prepped and ready to come in, just so you're aware. We are now in the public comment section of the meeting. Welcome to public comment regarding business before the board. We encourage you to voice your opinion on topics on the agenda. Please stand and be recognized by the chairperson and state your name and address before commenting. To provide the opportunity for all to participate, board policy limits each individual to 3 minutes. To ensure due process and respect of individual rights, the district maintains a formal process for handling complaints against individuals. A problem involving an individual or individuals or specific incident is best handled through administrative channels. Speakers are asked to express themselves in a civil manner with due respect for the dignity and privacy of others who may be affected by your comments. Speakers should be aware that if your statements violate the rights of others under the law of defamation or invasion of privacy, you may be held legally responsible. Is there anybody wishing to have public comment on items on the agenda? Okay, hearing none, we will move on.
You have one?
Oh, I'm sorry. sorry, Colleen, I didn't see the hand up, I apologize. Glasses are good for short and bad for far.
No worries.
I should see
Good
Dr.
morning,
Glazer.
or good evening. My
Hold
name
on,
is,
hold on one second, I have to get you 3 minutes. And go.
my name is Colleen Curran. My address is 49365 Ladbroke Lane. I am currently a teacher at Parker Elementary in the resource room. I just want to start off by drawing your attention to these numbers. 21-22 school year, 19. 22-23 school year, 11. And the most alarming, August 2023 to present, 12. These numbers reflect the amazing and dedicated special education teachers, school psychologists, speech and language pathologists, social workers, and special education instructional assistants that have left Clintondale Community Schools. 60 of the instructional staff that have left the district in the past 3 years have been from the special education department. The department is small, but yet the large staff turnover rate is very alarming. Yes, we can argue that staff are leaving for more money, leaving for a job closer to home, or even possibly leaving education in general. But I am standing here before you tonight as one of those staff members, and there are many others who are leaving because of the challenging work conditions within our department. It has been very discouraging to listen to resignation letters being read week after week at board meetings and hear comments such as, it's not just a special ed issue, or staff are leaving because they are not being held accountable and they just don't want to work. That may be accurate for a select few, but I am standing here before you tonight to encourage you to look at the bigger picture. The special ed staff have been asking for guidance and support for years now, and it continues to get worse. Anyone who has ever been in a classroom teaching or has family members in education will tell you it is hard. It is very hard, and it has been even more challenging in the past few years. But our job is even more difficult when we do not feel valued, we're disrespected, and even ignored when asking for clarification or guidance. At the end of the day, I'm not standing in front of you to point fingers, but I am here as a teacher, a special education teacher in my 20th year of teaching and advocating for students with disabilities, and also as a parent. I am asking you to take time out and talk to the staff that are left. We have a department full of talented and resilient staff that come to work every day because they are here for the kids. We need to be looking at where our focus is, and we need to think about where it needs to be. I am certain that you will come to the conclusion that the things that are being argued at the past board meetings are not in the best interest of the district. Thank you.
I would like to say,
Just, could you give me just 1 second, because you do have 3 minutes. I
Sure.
gotta do this again, thank you. There you go.
I would like to say that I wish that the board would follow their public comment policy and not allow staff members to come up and disparage administrators whose jobs are very hard, and oftentimes they don't understand what the job is. Additionally, it's one side of a story when a staff member comes up to disparage an administrator. The administrator never gets to share their side, because oftentimes when people come up here and they write these things and they say these things at the podium, they oftentimes have an axe to bear themselves. They are oftentimes the cause of state complaints and etc. And that part never gets displayed. That part never gets shared. They just get to come up and trash an individual who works very hard and who has a supervisor and who is evaluated, highly effective evaluated. And that part never gets shared. So I would ask the board if they would respectfully follow their own policy about allowing people to get up here and say disparaging remarks and to defame individuals that work for the district.
Bishop?
Yes, based on what occurred at the end of the last board meeting, I really think that there should be an addition to your new pre-public participation directive. I think there should be a sentence 7, which should read, if any board member responds to any comment made by the public during public participation, then that person should be allowed to respond to that board member's comment. Mr. Maynard, if you were to view the video, your comments were a response to my comment when I said one Republican to another. You responded to that, and then you said that you didn't respond. The same for Mr. Manning, but you went further, saying that I was talking about a particular individual when I never mentioned a name. I said somebody said. I didn't say whether that somebody was an animal, vegetable, or mineral. I didn't say whether it was a Negroid, Australoid, Mongoloid, or Caucasoid, male or female. But in this, we do agree, Mr. Manning, that somebody at that May 9th meeting did verbally attack the then black superintendent, saying, "You need to go back where?" On that, we can agree.
Yes.
What was said after that should be easy to verify. All we need to do is to get the archived audio of the May 9th, 2022 meeting and replay it. And if whoever said what was said after the "you need to go back where," and if it was said at the podium, we'll hear it. And if it wasn't said at the podium, then it was uttered from the audience, uttered by somebody under breath, which according to these new directives are in violation of sentence 6A. Speakers are asked to express themselves in a civil manner. And as to Mr. Powers, you violated the spirit of sentence 6A, inferring my behavior to be that of a child, not an adult, for which you warned that I should be asked to leave, which I never will walk out of here. Where, Mr. Powers, in my presentation, was my actions as a non-adult infantile behavior. I did not display belligerence. I complied with the 3-minute rule, and every time I stood up, I was gavelled to my seat, which is the reason that I think that sentence 7 should be added. That should basically say that if someone responds to what the speaker says, the person speaking should be able to come back and rebut.
Is there anybody else wishing for public comment? Hearing none, the board will move on. Thank you all for who spoke, and we will take those under advisement. Put my glasses back on. Board members, as you've seen during Mr. Janerzek's presentation today, the first item up for deal is recommended by the board president that the board approve the building reports that were presented by Dr. Janerzek, or Mr. Janerzek, excuse me. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Noak. Is there support?
I will support.
Support by Ms. Kaminsky. Is there any discussion? Mr. Manning?
Where is this report from again? I'm sorry.
Mr. Manning, these reports are first in your packet, and two, they were given during during Ken's superintendent report. He went down through just to highlight all of us for him. In the future, they'll be in our board packets for us to go forward.
I was just, the only reason why I asked is because I had attended a seminar with Ms. Van Sweden, who did something about all the schools, and I just wanted to make sure which one you were referring to.
Okay. Seeing none, call the roll.
Ms. Lisa Valerionauk, yes. Ms. Felicia Kaminsky.
Yes.
Mr. Manning.
You vote yes?
Ms. Beverly Lewis Moss.
No, because it shouldn't be.
Mr. Powers.
Did you register her vote?
Yes, she voted no.
My vote is yes.
Ms. Fontini.
Yes.
And Mr. Maynard.
Yes, motion carries 6-1. It is recommended by the board president that the board approve the department reports as presented by excuse me, I'm jumping ahead because I read that in your thing, by Ken Janerzek, our superintendent. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Ms. Kaminsky, is there support?
Support.
Support by Diane Zontini. Hearing no discussion, roll call.
Ms. Felicia Kaminsky.
Yes.
Ms. Fontini.
Yes.
Mr. Manning.
Vote yes.
Ms. Beverly Lewis Moss. Mr. Powers.
Yes.
Ms. Lisa Valerionauk, yes. Mr. Maynard.
Yes, motion carries 6-1. Consent items. First, Resignation. It is recommended by the superintendent and the director of athletics that the board approve the resignation of Robert Townsend, high school boys basketball coach, effective immediately per his email dated October 16th, 2023. There's a note. Mr. Townsend has been coaching basketball in some capacity for 23 years. 2, maintenance 1. It is recommended by the superintendent and the director of operations that the board approve Marlon Collier as a maintenance 1, effective immediately, contingent upon approved physical and records check. This is a new position. This will fulfill some of the maintenance needs. The rate of pay will be $19.20 per an hour, which is step 1 of the maintenance 1 group in the contract. Number 3, instructional assistant, GSRP. It is recommended by the superintendent and the director of curriculum that the board approve Brenda Blue as an instructional assistant in the GSRP program in McGlennon Elementary, effective immediately, contingent upon approved physical, records check, and fingerprints. This is not a new position. This is a replacement for Ms. Dorothy Wilkins, who will leave her current position to become a GSRP teacher. The rate of pay will be $21.42 per an hour, which is step 6 of the instructional assistance group in the contract. Ms. Blue has extensive experience in this area and has indicated so on her resume. Does any of the board wish to isolate one of those 3 items? Hearing none, motion to approve the consent agenda is laid on the table.
I move we approve the consent agenda as laid on the table.
Is there support?
Support.
Support by Ms. Zontini. Call the roll, please.
Mr. Powers?
Yes.
Ms. Zantini?
Yes.
Mr. Manning?
Vote yes.
Ms. Beverly Lewis Moss?
Yes.
Ms. Kaminsky?
Yes.
Ms. Lisa Valerio now? Yes. Mr. Maynard?
Yes, motion carries 7-0. Non-consent agenda item. Closed session. It is recommended by the superintendent that the Board of Education enter in a closed session as authorized by Section 8B of the Open Meetings Act for a student discipline hearing. Do I have a motion? So moved by Mr. Manning. Is there support?
Support.
Support by Ms. Kaminsky. Call the roll.
Mr. Manning?
Vote yes.
Ms. Felicia Kaminsky?
Yes.
Ms. Beverly Lewis Moss?
Is this-
Mr. Powers?
Excuse me, is it after all of the,
No, once again, first, if there's discussion, you should have had it then before, but I'll answer your question. We moved it up here so the parents did not have to wait through our entire meeting. That's,
Okay.
guess what you did during your term, so that's what I'm following. Okay, your vote, Ms. Lewis Moss?
yes,
Mr. Powers?
Yes.
Ms. Zantini?
Yes.
Ms. Lisa Valerio now? Yes. Mr. Maynard?
Yes, motion carries 7-0. For members of the public, we are now going to go into closed session. You're happy to stay here if you like. We are going to go upstairs, and board, take 5 minutes there to get upstairs, and we'll get started. Thank you. The Clintondale Board of Education is coming out of closed session. We're returning to open session. The chair lays on the board a motion to expel student number 175-000-5851. Is that a 1? Board members, the chair has laid on the table a motion to expel student 175-000-5851. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Ms. Kaminsky, is there support? I will support the motion. Call the roll.
I'd like,
Oh, you have discussion,
I'd like to
I'm
be
sorry,
heard.
I was having a break there, I
Okay.
thought you knew that.
All right.
Mr. Powers, discussion?
to me, it's not an easy case. It's a close case. And I'd like the opportunity to convince my colleagues on how they should vote.
I don't think we can legally. I think we have to go up or down.
I have an opportunity to advocate my vote. Otherwise, there's no discussion, and this is not one of those areas where there can be a suspension of discussion on a motion. I don't believe so. Unless you want to table it, we can reevaluate it, not
We
make
can't
mistakes.
table it. I don't think we have a right to discuss it any further than what we've done upstairs. That's what I think the problem is. Am I right?
But, no, it's the opposite. We can't deliberate in closed session. We can
Okay.
only deliberate
Correct.
in open session.
I'm getting.
I believe so.
Listen, I apologize, I got that mixed up. Ms. Lewis Moss's point is that we can have no discussion now. It's either an up or down vote.
And it's legally, that's all we can do.
Correct. So we can't come out here and
You
talk.
talking about because it deals with a student privacy issue?
Correct.
It's school law.
So I'm not allowed to try to
No,
convince you?
you're not, not up here. That's why the parent asked for closed session.
I disagree.
You may disagree, but the law says otherwise.
All right, well, may I be heard, or
No.
am I gonna be stopped from expressing my opinion on the
Get in
subject?
trouble.
You're not-
Which the people have elected me to do.
We're gonna get in trouble.
We cannot legally do this. We have to just vote. Please call the roll.
I protest, I object.
Ms. Felicia Kaminsky.
Yes.
Mr. Jared Maynard.
Yes.
Ms. Beverly Lewis Moss.
Yes.
Mr. Powers.
I want to make a motion to trump the motion on the table because it's a matter of order that we table this until we can get an opinion on this, because obviously there's a difference of opinion on this. And I don't think we need to battle it out right now. There doesn't have to be a winner or a loser. We can just table it till the next meeting and then we'll get proper advice on this, because
Ms.
I'm
Santini.
fairly confident that under the Open Meetings Act, we have to
Mr.
deliberate and
Powers,
vote.
earlier in the meeting, you asked that nobody talk when there's a roll call, but nobody justify their vote. You just vote. It's a yes or a no.
No, we're in the middle of the discussion phase.
No, the roll has been called.
So you're suspending the right to discuss the motion.
With a student discipline hearing, we come out of closed session and we have to vote. We cannot openly discuss it because the parents' wishes were very specific that it be in closed session.
I think that what's gonna happen then is we're gonna have corporate action that's gonna be
Mr. Powers, yes or no?
subject to being, not,
Mr. Powers, I'll ask again. Is your vote yes or no?
I take exception to that.
Is it a yes or a no?
I want the opportunity to convince my colleagues how they should vote.
Mr. Powers,
The
is
whole
it a
point of
yes
this meeting.
or a no?
I'm not going to cast a vote based on these limited constrictions that are not lawful, in my opinion.
Continue.
Ms. Santini.
I'm sorry, that's,
Yeah.
Not just one, to explain my vote.
No.
That's,
No,
Is
it's
this
a
isn't a-
yes or
this
no
isn't-
vote. That's it.
it's very difficult. It's very difficult for me to vote. That's all I have to say.
okay.
That's understandable.
It's understandable. It's difficult for all of us. Is it a yes or a no?
Yes.
Lisa Valerio Nauk, yes.
That is 5 yeses for the motion. The motion passes. Mr. Superintendent, please notify accordingly. Item, non-consent agenda item number 2, resignation. It is recommended by the superintendent and the director of human resources that the board approve the resignation of Robert Townsend as a high school social studies/science teacher effective at the end of the day, October 31st, 2023. Mr. Townsend has been employed as a teacher with Clintondale Community Schools for 24 years. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Kaminsky. Is there support?
So moved.
Support by Lisa Valerio Noak. Any discussion on this?
Mr. President,
Yes.
I would just like to note as a parent whose son was taught by Mr. Townsend, that he is a wonderful teacher and he will be missed. And I wish him the very best in what he decides to do in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else with discussion? Call the roll.
Ms. Felicia Kaminsky,
Yes.
Lisa Valerio Nauk, yes. Ms. Beverly Lewis Moss,
Yes.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Ms. Santini,
Yes.
Mr. Maynard.
Yes. Motion carries 6-0. Number 3, resignation. It is recommended by the superintendent and the director of human resources that the board approve the resignation of Alexa Tedeschi as a high school communications teacher effective at the end of the day, October 30th, 2023. Ms. Tedeschi has been employed as a teacher with Clintondale Community Schools for 2 years. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there support for the motion?
Support.
Support by Ms. Santini. Is there any discussion? Mr. Superintendent, I have a question for you. Is it clear that until October 30th that this teacher will be working for us and not doing simultaneous work for the other school district as well?
It is clear that her employment continues and it will be effective until October 30th. So she will be a Clintondale teacher until October 30th.
And while she's a Clintondale teacher, will she be doing any work for the Grosse Pointe School District?
I have not had a conversation with her about that. It's my expectation that she continues to fulfill her duties as a Clintondale teacher until October 30th.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Please call the roll.
Ms. Felicia Kaminsky,
Yes.
Ms. Diane Santini,
Yes.
Ms. Beverly Lewis Moss,
Yes.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Ms. Lisa Valerio Nauk, yes. Mr. Maynard.
Yes. Motion carries 6-0. Number 4, resignation. It is recommended by the superintendent and the director of human resources that the board approve the resignation of Eugene Williams as accountant 3 effective October 16, 2023, per his email dated October 16, 2023. Mr. Williams has been employed as an accountant and technology specialist with Clintondale Community Schools for 1.5 years. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Support?
Support.
Support by Ms. Noak. Is there any discussion? Call the roll.
Ms. Felicia Kaminsky,
Yes.
Lisa Valerio Nauk, yes. Ms. Santini,
Yes.
Ms. Beverly Lewis Moss,
No.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Mr. Maynard.
No. Vote is 4-2. Motion passes. Number 5, resignation. It is recommended by the superintendent and the director of human resources that the board approve the resignation of Jessica Upshaw as an iCampus special education teacher effective immediately. Ms. Upshaw has been employed as a teacher with Clintondale Community Schools for 2 years. Is there a motion? Board members, a motion to accept the recommendation?
So moved.
Lisa Valerio Noak. Is there support?
Support.
Support by Ms. Zantini. Is there any discussion? Call the roll, please.
Lisa Valerio Nauk, yes. Ms. Santini,
Yes.
Ms. Beverly Lewis Moss,
Yes.
Ms. Felicia Kaminsky,
Yes.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Mr. Maynard.
Yes. Motion carries 6-0. Next one, I'm gonna find it here, hold on one second. Put that on the wrong end. It is a motion to accept, let's put it in the file here. It's a motion to accept the resignation of Sarah Mattarella.
That's not fair.
What is?
Yes. Yeah, under the amended agenda, it is next. Number 6, Mattarella, right?
No.
What do you have as 6?
She wants the ECEC as
That
6.
teacher, you-
You
Okay,
gotta do the 1AD
They come at the
thing.
end.
okay.
You don't mess up the count.
All right, 1AD, so they'll come at the end. So what you're asking is after number
We already
8.
had a motion and approved that, so are we,
No, you're all right, Mr. Powers. There was a motion and an approved renumbering, which the board has a right, as I present the agenda, the board has a right to amend it as they see fit. So seeing fit, the board amended this agenda, so we'll move forward with the resignation. It is recommended by the Superintendent and Director of Human Resources that the board approve the resignation of Sarah Mattarella, high school special education social worker, effective at the end of the day, November 3rd, 2023. Ms. Mattarella has worked for the district for 9 years. Is there support, or excuse me, is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Kaminsky, is there support?
Support.
Support by Ms. Zontini. Any discussion? Hearing none, call the roll.
Ms. Felicia Kaminsky,
Yes.
Ms. Zontini,
Yes.
Ms. Beverly Lewis Moss,
Yes.
Mr. Powers,
yes.
Lisa Valerio now, yes, and Mr. Maynard.
Yes. Motion carries 6-0. ECSE teacher. It is recommended by the superintendent and the director of special education that the board approve Lynn Dumla as early childhood special education teacher, effective immediately, contingent upon approved physical records check and fingerprints. Note, this is not a new position, and the position is needed due to an increased enrollment in the ECSC program, and if the board recalls, this is where we amended the agenda to let you know that it is step 15 of the contract, which is $88,726 will be the wage. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Ms. Kaminsky? Is there support?
Support.
Support by Ms. Zontini. Is there any discussion? No? Hearing none? None? Please call the roll.
Ms. Kaminsky,
Yes.
Ms. Zontini,
Yes.
Ms. Beverly Lewis Moss,
Yes.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Ms. Lisa Valerio now, yes, and Mr. Maynard.
Yes, motion carries 6-0. Resolution for board policies. And I'm going to read the agenda here, and then board, bear with me, because I have to actually, according to our attorneys, read this entire 2-page resolution, so please bear with me. It is recommended by the superintendent and the policy board that the board consider repealing the existing board policy, administrative procedures, and forms, and adopt the through policy manual as in accompanying documents as set forth in the closed resolution. Now I'm going to read the resolution. Resolution, Clintondale Community Schools, County of Macomb, State of Michigan. At a regular meeting of the Board of Education, in parentheses, the board, was held in the Conference Center of Clintondale High School within the boundaries of the district on the 23rd day of October at 6:30 p.m. The meeting was called to order by Jared Maynard, President, all members being present and none being absent. The following preamble and resolution were offered by, I guess I might have jumped the gun, just a tad bit. So, I need the motion, I apologize. My instructions aren't too clear, I'll get used to this. I need a motion to adopt repeal the existing board policy, adopt administrative procedures and forms, and adopt the through policy manual and accompanying documents, which are right here. And every board member received their copy on Friday. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Zontini, is there support?
Support.
Support by Ms. Kaminsky. So now I will pick up and read here, that was offered by member Zontini and supported by member Kaminsky. Okay? Whereas the board identified a need to review its current board policies, bylaws, and administrative guidelines, and whereas the district administration has reviewed the Thurn Law Firm Policy Manual and recommended the policy manual for consideration in the form presented for the board review and approval to replace the board's existing policies, bylaws, and administrative guidelines. And whereas the administration has reviewed any and all legal settlements and resolution agreements between the district and any state or federal agency as applicable, that address the modification or agency review of existing board policy, and the board has considered the impact of those settlements or agreements when recommending adoption of the policy manual. And whereas the administration recommends that the board repeal its existing policies, bylaws, and administrative guidelines, with the exception of the existing board policy concerning student bullying, and adopt the policy manual with the exception of the policy 5207 anti-bullying concerning student bullying, which requires a public hearing before adoption pursuant to the revised school code section 131.0B, MCL 38380.1310B. Whereas the board has carefully reviewed, considered, and evaluated the policy manual collectively and as individual board members and the administration's recommendation. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the board accepts the administration's recommendation to adopt the policy manual. 2, all existing policies, bylaws, and administrative guidelines are hereby repealed, including all those policies and bylaws that by their terms require readings and/or hearings before repeal, modification, or adoption, with the exception of the existing board policy 5207 concerning student bullying, which requires a public hearing before being repealed and replaced. 3, the board hereby adopts the policy manual except policy 5207 anti-bullying in the form presented and recommended by the administration as the board's new policies and bylaws, including those forms and administrative guidelines in the policy manual for the purpose of governing the district. 4, the administration shall promptly review district publications and forms that may reference the now repealed board policies and revise those publications and forms as necessary to align them with the newly adopted policy manual within 30 calendar days after this resolution. 5, adoption of the policy manual, except policy 5207, anti-bullying, shall take effect immediately. 6, at a board meeting scheduled for November 13th, 2023, the board will hold a public hearing concerning proposed policy 5207, anti-bullying, in the policy manual. 7, all resolutions and parts of the resolution, insofar as they conflict with previous of this resolution, B, and the same here, are hereby rescinded. Okay. That was a lot to read. Are there any discussion on the items, board members?
Can you explain, please, how the anti-bullying fits into the rest of the policy?
So the anti-bullying policy is in the book. It is for us to do, but we are required by law to hold a public hearing, and the public hearing will happen at the next meeting. It has to be a certain window, and Ms. Walmsley has already scheduled it for us on the 13th. Further questions?
No, but I'd like to be heard when we discuss the motion.
Okay.
Is now the appropriate time?
Yes, sir.
If somebody intimidates a student verbally or by written or spoken word, that can often equate to terrorism. It can be more psychologically damaging and even having the perhaps coterminous physical injury too, just because of the emotional upset of being terrorized or bullied. That might be more injurious to one student just kind of slapping another one in the back of the head, saying, "You silly person," and just giving it a light toss. But in the law, there's an invasion of a physical space, which is an assault is putting somebody in fear of being imminently harmed. A battery is being actually touched. Now, that's a far cry from First Amendment and bullying. Now, bullying is a terrible thing. I hated it when I was in school, and I'd like to see it abolished. But we have to be very careful when we talk about the right to free speech and to speak one's mind, even though what they say might be ugly, okay? and disciplining the state, bringing the power of the state behind it, and disciplining somebody merely for expressing their state of mind. So I would just caution this board going forward. Yes, we're living in very turbulent times right now with school violence and children and parents not doing what they're supposed to be doing. But on the other hand, I want to be very mindful that Clintondale not be sucked into the temptation to have the pendulum swing too far the other way. I mean, they're both very serious. They're both very important. But I think it helps us to pause when it comes to making determinations on that basis. That's all I want to say. Thank you. I'm going to vote for the policy, and I'm interested more in what people have to say about the bullying or the First Amendment or the touching, but I think that's a very important issue right now that we're facing as a society, not just as a school board. Thank you.
Those are very great comments, Mr. Powers. I appreciate them.
Thank you.
Anybody else on the board have discussion? This is a roll call vote. Please call the roll.
Ms. Santini,
Yes.
Ms. Kaminsky,
Yes.
Ms. Beverly Lewis Moss,
No, because I haven't really had time. I was away, so I didn't have time to really
Okay,
look over it.
she's voted no.
Yes.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Lisa Valerio Nauk, yes, and Mr. Maynard.
Yes, the motion carries 5-1. Lisa, there's this resolution that I filled in. You have to sign it, hand it out for us. Nine, closed session. Did I skip something? Nope, closed session. It is recommended by the board president and the Board of Education enter into a closed session as authorized by Section 8A of the Open Meetings Act for the superintendent evaluation. Is there a motion?
May I just raise a point of order, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman? I'm sure that Ms. Valerio Nauk is going to get it explicitly down for the minutes, but I think the record should reflect, for those of you who are watching us on the live feed or whatever, it may not be apparent that Mr. Manning has absented himself since the time that we came down from the last closed session. So if you're wondering why the votes were a total of 6, or in my case, the one was only 5, that's because he's absented himself, and that's
He had to leave the
explains it.
meeting.
So again, I'm not being critical of Mr. Manning or, making a judgment call on that. I just want to note that for the record, that that's why the votes were lower than 7. Thank you.
Is there a motion?
So moved. Oh, go ahead.
So moved.
Felicia Kaminsky,
I'll support.
Lisa Valerio Nauk. Board members, if it's okay with you after we vote on this, let's have public comment, and then we'll go upstairs and then come back down. Okay, is that okay?
No objection.
No objection. Ms. Lewis Moss?
Public comment and approve the bills.
Okay, we'll do public comment, approve the bills, and then we'll come back down. I think that's fair. Is that okay with everybody else?
No
Agreed,
objection.
yes.
Okay. All right, roll call, please.
Ms. Felicia Kaminsky,
Yes.
Lisa Valerio Nauk, yes, Ms. Santini,
Yes.
Beverly Lewis Moss,
Yes.
Mr. Powers,
Yes.
Mr. Maynard.
Yes. Motion carries 6-0. We will enter into closed session after public comment and approving of the bills.
Thank you.
This is time on the agenda for general public comment on items not on the agenda. We encourage you to voice your opinion on topics not on the agenda. Please stand to be recognized by the chairperson and state your name and address before commenting. To provide the opportunity for all to participate, board policy limits each individual to 3 minutes. To ensure due process and respect of individual rights, the district maintains a formal process for handling complaints against individuals. A problem involving an individual or individuals or a specific incident is best handled through administrative channels. Speakers are asked to express themselves in a civil manner with due respect for the dignity and privacy of others who may be affected by your by your comments, and speakers should be aware that if your statements violate the rights of others under the law of defamation or invasion of privacy, you may be held legally responsible. Is there anybody in the audience looking for public comment? Seeing no public comment, we'll move on to approval of the bills. Is there a motion to approve of the bills ending October 3rd, 2023?
So moved.
Support, a motion by Ms. Kaminsky. Is there support?
Support.
Support by Ms. Zontini. Is there any discussion on the bills? Okay, call the roll, please.
Ms. Kaminsky.
Yes.
Ms. Santini.
Yes.
Ms. Beverly Lewis Ma.
Yes.
Mr. Powers.
Yes.
Lisa Valario now, yes, and Mr. Maynard.
Yes, motion carries 6-0. The board will now head up into closed session. When we come back, we will be voting on the superintendent's